Good morning. We are back on the record in case number 9696. Before we get started this morning with the continuation of the evidentiary hearing, do any parties have any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor. Skipjack does. Two matters.
Good morning, Mr. Gunderson.
Good morning. The first housekeeping matter we have, Your Honor, regarding a filing that Skipjack made earlier this morning. Mr. Hardy listened carefully to the Commission's questions and requests during his testimony last week and worked hard with his team over the past few days to sharpen their pencils on their budgets and pricing, and filed this morning a formal best and final offer with the Commission under Mail Log 237641. Orsted's filing formalizes the agreement with GE that Mr. Hardy discussed on the witness stand to bring Maryland a new tower factory, and also offers to the Commission a reduced OREC price schedule for Skipjack Phase 2.1. We certainly understand the Commission just received this filing this morning, so you may need time to review the letter, but Skipjack does request the opportunity to recall Mr. Hardy to the witness stand so that he can discuss this filing on the record and address any questions the Commission may have regarding the filing. If the Commission prefers and the schedule allows to conclude the hearings today, then Mr. Hardy would be available later this afternoon and is ready to discuss these matters with the Commission today. He could also be available later this week if that's the Commission's preference. So that's my first item, so I'll pause there.
Thank you, Mr. Gunderson. We did receive all that documentation a few moments ago, so the commissioners will review at their lunch break, and we may call Mr. Hardy at the conclusion of the hearing, whether it be today or tomorrow.
Your Honor,
Okay.
may I make a statement with respect to that as well?
Who? Oh, Mr. Previs. You may.
That's fine. We also just received the document, and I would just ask the Commission's indulgence that if Mr. Hardy's being asked to the stand, I also think it'd be very appropriate to ask Mr. Kane, their ratepayer impact analysis professional, to retake the stand and to answer questions about how and to what extent the new price meets the ratepayer test.
The Commission, as stated earlier, reserves the right to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Gunderson, your second item.
Yes, Your Honor. Also earlier this morning, Skipjack submitted to the Commission and circulated to the parties a number of bench data request responses. And so I'd like to note for the record the responses that we've submitted and have those submitted into evidence if we can do that at this time.
Thank you. Please identify.
All right, the first submission is an amended response to bench data request 1, which was entered as Commission Exhibit 1. And this response would replace the Commission Exhibit 1 in order to address Commissioner Herman's follow-up question to have all of the financial commitments in one place.
Noted.
The second one on my list is a response to bench data request 5, which Commissioner Richard asked Mr. Hardy regarding concepts around sharing savings on transmission costs with ratepayers. And that response we would ask to be marked as Commission Exhibit 5.
So marked.
The next one is bench data request 6, which provides the net ratepayer impacts similar to the analysis that was done in ICF's Exhibit 7, which was submitted to the parties, and that we would ask to be marked as Commission Exhibit 6.
Marked.
The next one is bench data request 7, which provides the economic impact similar to the analysis done in ICF's Exhibits 56 to 61, and that we would ask to have marked as Commission Exhibit 7.
So marked.
And the next one is bench data request 8, which is a request by Commissioner Herman to Mr. Kane asking whether the skipjack phase 2.1 would still pass the ratepayer test if load growth rates were 0, and that we would ask to have marked as Commission Exhibit 8.
So marked.
And then bench data request 9, which was another request by Commissioner Herman, asking for the results of the ratepayer impact test if both Skipjack Wind Phase 2.1 and Marwin Wind Bid 2 were approved by the Commission, and that we would ask to be marked as Commission Exhibit 9.
So marked.
And we would just ask that Commission Exhibits 5 through 9 be entered into evidence.
Hearing no objection, Commissioners' Exhibits 5 through 9 are moved into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have no further housekeeping matters.
Thank you. Any additional preliminary matters before we begin today? Mr.
Sorry. This is Mr. Previs again. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Mr. Previs and then Mr. Fields. Mr. Previs.
Yes, I'd like to just do a preliminary housekeeping exhibit matter as well in connection with the bench data requests. On Friday, US Wind received bench data requests, or I'm sorry, responded to bench data requests that we labeled 1-1 and 1-2. There was a two-part question from Commissioner Herman that was provided to the parties and provided to the commission on Friday. We would ask that be entered as a commission exhibit. I don't know, are we on 10 and 11? Would that be the commission's preference?
To keep them all, uniform, we'll keep the various wind developers under the same numbering system. So we'll make them 10 and 11.
That's all. Thank you. We would just ask that those be admitted to the evidence in the case of the record. Thank you.
Commissioners' Exhibits 10 and 11 are moved into evidence without objection. Mr. Fields.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to note, I'm sorting through lots of emails this morning. I've seen the skipjack response to bench DRs 5, 6, and 7. I don't believe I've seen yet 8 and don't think I've seen 8 and 9 yet. So I'd like to just reserve to the extent I track those down and take a look at them. It's possible I have them in here somewhere, but I just don't know that I've seen them yet. So I guess if I'll track them down, and if I have an issue, I'll bring it up at some point. Oh, Chairman, we can't hear you, or at least I can't.
Mr. Fields, my apologies. You should have received an email from Susan Shipper at 8:54 a.m. You were included among the recipients, including confidential responses 8, 9, and 6.
8, 9, and 6.
8:54.
Thank you. I'll track that down.
Okay. Anything else before we begin? Okay, we'll start with the matter we handled off the record on Friday evening. That was the introduction of the direct testimony of Catherine Bowes on behalf of the Sierra Club and the League of Conservation Voters. No party has any examination of this witness. So we will mark the direct testimony of witness Bowes as SC-LCV number 1. And without objection, that testimony is moved into evidence. We will handle the staff witness testimony later today when we have staff counsel presenting their sole witness. With that, we will begin with the Maryland Energy Administration. You may call your first witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, the Maryland Energy Administration calls Samuel Byrne.
Who was that speaking? I didn't. Oh, Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Byrne, good morning. If you could please turn on your camera and raise your right hand. There we go.
Sir, do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your witness, Mr. Nair.
Thank you. Mr. Byrne, can you spell your last name for the court, please?
Beirne.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. And can you state your place of employment and business address?
I work for the Maryland Energy Administration, and our address is 1800 Washington Boulevard, Suite 755, Baltimore, Maryland 21230.
And on whose behalf are you testifying today?
The Maryland Energy Administration.
And as part of your employment with the Maryland Energy Administration, do you testify in proceedings before the Public Service Commission?
Yes.
And did you prepare testimony for this case, which was filed with the commission?
Yes.
Am I correct in stating that you prepared public and confidential versions of direct testimony, which were filed on September 24th, 2021?
Yes.
You also prepared rebuttal testimony, which was filed on October 18th, 2021?
Yes.
And for the rebuttal testimony, there was only a public version, is that correct?
Correct.
And subsequently, there was an errata to your direct testimony, which was filed, I believe, on October 28th, 2021.
Correct.
Okay, now you should have 3 separate documents, respectively labeled Exhibit 1, 2, and 3. Do you have those documents in front of you?
Yes.
And can you identify turning your attention to the document that's labeled Exhibit 1? Am I correct in saying that this is the errata to your direct testimony, the public version specifically?
Yes, that's correct.
And does this document consist of an errata sheet, a corrected, clean version of your public direct testimony, as well as a red line version to your direct testimony?
Yes, it does.
And the testimony contained herein, this document, was prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
And are there any changes, edits, or corrections that you wish to make at this time?
No.
And if I asked you the same questions today as the day that this document was filed, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I would like this document to be marked and moved into evidence as MEA Exhibit 1.
Marked.
Mr. Byrne, turning your attention to the second document, is this a confidential version of the errata to your direct testimony?
Yes, it is.
And this is essentially the same document, with the only difference being that, unlike the public version, there are no redactions here.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. At this time, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have this marked as MEA Exhibit 2 and moved into evidence.
Marked, and without objection, the exhibit is moved into evidence.
And finally, Mr. Byrne, you have a document that's titled Rebuttal Testimony of Samuel Byrne. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And was this document prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
And do you have any changes, corrections, edits, or deletions to this testimony at this time?
No.
If I asked you the same questions today, as were asked in this document on the day that the document was filed, would your answers be the same?
Yes, it would.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like this document to be marked as MEA Exhibit 3 and moved into evidence.
So marked, and without objection, MEA Exhibit 3 is moved into evidence. Mr. Nyer, did we move Exhibit 1 into evidence?
I thought we did, but we may not have, so I would like to have that marked and moved into evidence as well.
With no objection, MEA Exhibit 1 is moved into evidence.
Yeah, Your Honor, the witness is available for cross.
Thank you. We'll use the same procedure as we have throughout the trial. Please have your cameras on if you wish to examine a particular witness. We'll begin with U.S. Wind if you have examination.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, everyone. U.S. Wind has no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Mr. Gunderson.
Skipjack has no questions. Thank you.
Counsel for Town of Ocean City, Mr. Malone.
We have no questions, Your Honor.
Do commissioners have questions for Mr. Byrne? Commissioner Herman.
Good morning, Mr. Byrne.
Good morning.
Mr. Byrne, according to your testimony, you're here to present the views of the Maryland Energy Administration, the state's energy office, right?
Correct.
Okay, and in your testimony, you noted that There was a lot of information. I'm looking at the bottom of page 8 of your direct testimony. Lots of economic impacts and lots of factors that required continued exploration.
Yes.
Have you done any further exploration?
Outside of reviewing the evidence in the case, no.
Okay. Can you tell me what is the view of the Maryland Energy Administration on the reasonableness of the various ratepayer impact tests from Skipjack, US Wind, and ICF?
I would say that the methodologies and the models used, all of them, I would say, are reasonable. However, most of the assumptions as well are also reasonable.
Okay, so while they differ in MEA's view, each individual one, well, let me just get it on the record. So the ICF view and assumptions are reasonable in MEA's opinion?
While I'm not an economist, I would say that all of the modeling provided is reasonable for review under the case.
Okay, and the modeling and assumptions used by the US Wind is reasonable?
Yes.
Okay, and similarly, the modeling and assumptions used by Skipjack in this case are reasonable?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. That's all I had. Thank you very much, Mr. Byrne.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Byrne, what do you use your, you talk about the use of the Offshore Wind Development Fund in your direct testimony, and I believe you say you use that, or MEA uses that primarily for wildlife research in concert, and fisheries and habitats and ecosystems in concert with DNR. Is that accurate?
Yes, the development fund is primarily used for research related to offshore wind, and the vast bulk of that has been in concert with DNR.
Okay, so now you're recommending a new condition similar to New York and New Jersey for a new fund for $10,000 per megawatt. Is that correct?
I wouldn't consider that a new fund. I would rather consider that a new source of funding for the development fund.
So are you going to have the development fund and this new source of funding for it both, or clarify that for me?
So the Maryland Offshore Wind Development Fund is a sub-account of the CEF. It can receive funding from multiple sources. I was suggesting that the commission consider creating another source of funding to be added to the fund itself.
So they would be it would be an incremental source of funding to the already existing requirement for the $6 million. Is that right?
Not quite. The Maryland Offshore Wind Business Development Fund, created by the Maryland Offshore Wind Energy Act of 2013, that is a separate fund. MEA has two funds. There's the development fund and the business development fund.
Okay. So where does the development fund currently get its funding from? From CEF?
It is a sub-account of the CEF, but it does not receive funding from the CEF.
Where does it currently get its funding?
The Offshore Wind Development Fund received its initial funding from the Constellation Exelon merger back in 2012. And we've essentially been using that funding ever since.
Okay. And how much is what's remaining in that account?
I don't have the exact number in front of me. We could get that to you, but general, I think about $4.5 million of unencumbered funding.
Okay. And how much money would this $10,000 per nameplate megawatt bring in?
It would depend upon which project or projects are approved by the commission in this proceeding. So for a 400 megawatt project, that's about $4 million, 800 megawatts, $8 million, and a 1.2 gigawatt project would be $12 million.
Okay, very good. That helps clarify some things for me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Additional questions? Seeing none, do council have questions based on the questions of Commissioner O'Donnell and Herman? Seeing
we do
none.
not.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. You may step down.
Thank you.
Mr. Nayar, do you have any other witnesses?
No, we do not.
Thank you. We'll now turn to counsel for Town of Ocean City. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you could please turn on your camera. And raise your right hand.
Do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, good morning.
Mr. Maloney, by chance, do you have a phone open as well?
I can. Are you having trouble hearing me?
No, I'm hearing an echo, and it might be coming out of your microphone.
Huh.
I'm not sure if you're connected twice.
I'm not connected twice.
Okay. All right. We'll proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, good morning.
Morning.
Would you tell the commission your full name and your business address?
My name is Richard William Meehan, and my business address is 301 Baltimore Avenue, Ocean City, Maryland.
This is kind of not working.
Okay. We might have an open line between the mayor, his counsel. By chance, do you have more than one line open? Because we're getting an echo.
I'm in a different place than the mayor, and we have no connection.
Okay,
Would
Mr. Maloney, the case, what we need to do is that you ask your question, pause, because there's a delay.
I will pause after the question.
Linda, let's see if this works.
Well, you're coming off with an echo also, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I'm going to sign out and come back in. We're going to just take a brief recess. Yeah.
Was I the only one here?
No, I think everybody hears the echo, Linda.
And we still hear, so it wasn't the chairman.
Mr. Maloney appears to be coming out of your feed somehow, so it might be advisable for you to sign off and re-sign back in.
I'll be happy to do that, and I'll sign off now.
Thank you.
It would probably be a good idea for the mayor to do the same.
I apologize, I didn't hear that.
I said it would probably be a good idea for you to do the same, that is log out and log back in.
The echo stopped.
Yeah,
We don't hear
actually,
anything.
Mr. Mayor, I think you're good.
I think I'm good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I think it was Mr. Maloney's microphone that was causing the problem.
Mr. Chairman, I'd note that Mr. Gary Alexander's mic is also open, so it would probably be helpful if he shut his mic down.
I think he heard you. Okay, we diagnosed that it's Mr. Maloney's connection that we had an issue with, so we're going to try to get him back. Oh, Mr. Mayor, were you speaking? You're on mute.
No, I'm good.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear, Mr. Maloney. I think the problem has gone away.
Excellent.
You may
Would
proceed.
you like me to proceed? Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, are you the duly elected mayor and chief executive officer of the town of Ocean City?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
And are you authorized to speak for the mayor and council of Ocean City and the Ocean City government?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
And how long have you been the elected mayor of Ocean City?
I have been the elected mayor since 2006.
And prior to 2006, did you hold any other offices other than the mayor of Ocean City?
I did. I was elected to the city council in 1985 and served as council president for 14 years prior to becoming mayor in 2006.
So you've been an elected official.
If I could interrupt, after you're done asking your question, please mute your microphone. We believe that there is still a delay and an echo.
Thank you. So you've been an elected official of the town of Ocean City for the past 36 years.
That's correct.
And how long have you been a resident of Ocean City?
I've been a resident, full-time resident in the town of Ocean City since 1971.
You submitted direct testimony before the commission on September the 24th, 2021, correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
And is that direct testimony Ocean City Exhibit number 4?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Testimony, true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief?
You were. Yes, they were.
And if I were to ask you the very same questions in that document and exhibit today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would. Yes, they would.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I would move into evidence Exhibit 4, the direct testimony of Mayor Meehan, and Exhibits 5 through 11, the attachments to his direct testimony.
No objection. Town of Ocean City's Exhibits 1 and 5 through 11 are moved into evidence.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, with the permission of the chair, I will proceed to a brief live rejoinder.
You may, but Mr. Maloney, please be sure every time you end your question, hit the mute button. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, directing your attention to the rebuttal testimony of U.S. Wind's witness, Andrew Carr Harris, which is U.S. Wind Exhibit number 10. Have you had the opportunity to review his rebuttal testimony and to hear his testimony before the commission on Friday?
Yes. Yes.
And do you agree with the statement on page 10, lines 212 to 215 of Dr. Carr Harris's testimony that you did not consider in your own testimony the effects of the Block Island wind farm on tourism?
I do not agree with that statement.
And what is the basis for your disagreement?
There are a number of reasons. In
Maloney,
the first place,
I'm having trouble with my computer muting it, but I'm doing it now.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. There's a number of reasons. The Block Island Wind Farm is much smaller with only 6 turbines than what's being proposed in Ocean City. The turbines are 6-megawatt turbines, which are significantly smaller, shorter than those that are being proposed by U.S. Wind. And there are really very few rental properties on Block Island where they have a direct view of the view shed and of the turbines. And the survey relates specifically to Airbnb rental populations, and that's a small component of the rental properties here in Ocean City. In Ocean City, we actually have 11,000 hotel rooms and 26,000 condominiums. We are significantly larger and have significantly more properties that are oceanfront and will have a direct view of the proposed wind farms than in Block Island. And also the study only examined 2 months of Airbnb rentals, which we don't believe is really a good sampling.
Now, Mr. Mayor, directing your attention to the testimony of Mr. Filippelli, U.S. Wind's witness, at exhibit number 5, have you had the opportunity to review his rebuttal testimony and also to hear his testimony on Friday?
I have.
And with respect to his testimony on Friday, I want to ask you specifically about his testimony at page 6, lines 131 through 132, when he states that the use of ADLS and lack of dark skies in the land and the water region of Ocean City render your own predictions about nighttime visual impacts inaccurate. Do you agree with that assertion?
Well, I do not agree. In the first place, the ADLS lights have not yet been approved for this use. And it is not accurate for Mr. Filippelli to assert that there are a lack of dark skies in the water region off the coast of Ocean City.
And when you say it is not accurate, based upon your own 4 or 5 decades of experience in living in Ocean City and serving as an elected official, what is your own observation about the prevalence of dark skies in Ocean City?
I spend a lot of time in the evenings on the boardwalk and in the beach area, and we do experience the dark skies and the calming skies off of the town of Ocean City in the nighttime hours. There are very few lights, very few disturbances during that time. Negligible.
Now, Mr. Mayor, did you have an opportunity to listen to the testimony of Mr. Jeffrey Grabowski on Friday before the commission?
I did.
Do you recall Mr. Grabowski testifying as to the concerns that you yourself have raised about to U.S. Wind about the distance from the shore of the turbines and the visibility of the turbines, particularly in U.S. Wind's proposed bids 2 and 3?
Yes.
And I'd like to direct your attention to his testimony regarding the changes that he says U.S. Wind made to the number of turbines in light of concerns expressed by Ocean City. Do you agree with that assertion that U.S. Wind did anything to take into consideration the concerns raised by Ocean City?
No, I do not agree. In fact, in 2017, when U.S. Wind provided us with a layout showing their proposed build out using 8-megawatt towers, the build out only showed 86 turbines. The turbines being proposed now are much more massive than the ones in U.S. Wind's round 1 project, yet the number will increase if all ORICs are approved. And I think it's timely to also enter into evidence that the US Wind has increased the size of those turbines, yet they have yet to come back to the PSC for approval of that increase in size. And I'd also like to submit that when the commission was considering these same size turbines as to Skipjack's project last year, which were going to be 20 miles from shore, the commission took that into account. And in Skipjack, in the PSC's own opinion, number 28, they stated, another visual benefit arising from the use of the Halidate X is the distance from the Maryland shoreline to the nearest turbine will increase from 19.5 to 21.5 to 22.7 miles. Then going on there, it says the increased distance will help ameliorate the larger height of the Halidate X. In its own findings, the Public Service Commission referred to a distance of 20 plus miles as appropriate for the use of the 14 megawatt turbine. And US Wind has done nothing to minimize the impacts of bids 1, 2, or 3. No effort has been made doing so using smaller turbines, decreasing the number of turbines, adjusting the layouts of turbines or further from Ocean City. Mr. Grassi mentioned that moving turbines back would be impossible, but it can be done. And there was no consideration taken into nothing in consideration taking into that the turbine, I apologize, what the economic impact will be on these turbines to Ocean City's economy and to the state of Maryland.
Mr. Chairman, the mayor is now available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Does counsel for US Wind have any examination?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have a few questions for the mayor.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. I'm Carville Collins representing US Wind. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Collins.
Mr. Mayor, I wonder if you might turn to page 4 of your testimony in this case.
Okay.
And may I ask you to turn specifically to lines 18 and 19 on page 4.
Yes.
There you state the importance of considering the impact that US Wind's project will have on Ocean City's economy, including its tourism revenue and property values, correct?
Correct.
And then a little bit later in line 19, you go on to state that the effect US Wind's project will have on property values needs to be considered, correct?
Correct.
Have you or Ocean City conducted any study of the US Wind project's impact on property values in Ocean City?
Well, Mr. Collins, Ocean City is not the entity asking for the PSC for ratepayer subsidies. The applicants were required to show the economic impacts of their projects to the Public Service Commission. Therefore, the applicants should be performing these studies, and their failure to do so should be grounds for rejecting these proposals.
Let me ask my question again, Mr. Mayor. Have you or Ocean City conducted any study along these lines, considering the property values in Ocean City as a result of US Wind's proposed project?
Again, I don't think that's our responsibility. We have not specifically done a study, but what I can explain and can tell you is that the Hotel Motel Restaurant Association, which represents 116 of the 121 hotels in Ocean City, supports our position. The Chamber of Commerce, with over 800 members, supports our position. And the Condominium Managers Association, supports our position. They have direct contact with their members and are able to determine the consequences of what is being proposed to their industry. They are in opposition to what's being proposed. They support our position.
Now, I have a few more questions along these same lines. These questions they will be familiar to you because we asked them in discovery, but to save on asking all of the parties to retrieve all the various documents, I'm hoping we can just discuss these questions and answers very briefly here. My next question is, have you or Ocean City conducted any study of the U.S. wind project's impact on tourism revenues in Ocean City?
Specific studies, no. Again, we believe that's a responsibility of the applicants.
Thank you. And have you or Ocean City conducted any study of the U.S. wind project's impact on the vacation rental market in Ocean City?
Again, I think that's a responsibility of the applicants to provide to the Public Service Commission. But again, those representatives of those industries in town that support and handle those particular segments of our economy are very concerned and find that this will be detrimental, in their opinion, to future rentals and our future economy.
Mr. Mayor, I certainly appreciate the positions of others and appreciate your entering that into the record. But just for the record, so that we all understand, if a study exists that has been conducted by Ocean City, is there a study that Ocean City has commissioned or completed or is planning to complete assessing impact on vacation rental markets in Ocean City?
Not at this time.
Have you or Ocean City conducted any study of the U.S. wind project's impact on tax revenue to Ocean City?
We have not done a specific study ourselves. Again, we feel that that is a responsibility of the applicants.
Have you or Ocean City conducted any survey of Ocean City renters on the impact of U.S. wind's projects?
The town of Ocean City has not. Those individual entities that I mentioned have provided us with information based on their findings of their clients and customers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No further questions, but I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge your long service to Ocean City. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins.
Mr. Gunderson.
Your Honor, Skipjack does not have any questions for the mayor. We appreciate his testimony. Thank you.
Mr. Maloney, any redirect? Mr. Maloney,
No,
you are
Mr.
on mute.
Chairman. No,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, just one question for you. During your rejoinder testimony with your counselor, you discussed dark skies. Does the town of Ocean City have any municipal ordinances or dark skies legislations currently in effect?
We do have lighting regulations from properties for lights that extend out onto the beach and other areas, not into the ocean specifically.
So that legislation would encumber or affect any properties directly on the beach, is that right?
Yes, it would.
And is that in municipal ordinance?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any additional questions from commissioners? Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mayor. How are you today?
Good morning, sir.
Mayor, Ocean City's position is that they would like these towers to be at least 30 miles off the shore of Ocean City. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes, it is.
And that's the easternmost edge of the Boehm lease area, is it not?
Yes.
So if we ordered these towers, which I don't believe we have the authority to do, to be at least 30 miles off the shore of Ocean City, we would effectively negate the Boehm created lease area. Is that not correct?
I don't believe so. If you look at the Skipjack project, I believe those turbines could be moved further to the north within and still remain within their lease area and be further from the shoreline of the town of Ocean City. With regard to the U.S. wind project, we initiated conversation over 4 years ago, requesting that they begin to look at and that they look at and request that these lease areas be relocated to the eastern side of the shipping channel. We were told at that time that might take 4 or 5 years. Well, that request was 4 or 5 years ago. And if we followed up with that, we might be in a different position today.
Okay, well, let's stay with the U.S. wind project. Do you believe that the Public Service Commission has the authority, the jurisdictional authority to order them to move their turbines at least 30 miles off the shore of Ocean City?
That's an interesting question. I thank you for the question, but I guess that's based on whether or not you will award ORECs for that particular project, or if there's conditions upon those awards.
Okay. Well, these are federal lease areas. They're not controlled by the state of Maryland in any way, shape, or form beyond their existing boundaries. That jurisdictionally, the federal government would have to adjust those lease areas. And I know, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but the Coast Guard has significant concerns with regard to impacts on shipping for doing so. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am. I'm also aware that the Skipjack project is located on the eastern side of the shipping channel. And also it is the Public Service Commission that has control over what ORECs are issued. And I think that's the purpose of this hearing.
Right. And we have a statutory mandate from the legislature that's signed by the governor to endeavor to maximize the placement of these offshore wind turbines, right?
I believe so, and that might be able to be maximized with the Skipjack project.
But you just assume we cancel the U.S. wind project.
I'm concerned about the devastating effect the U.S. wind project will have at a proximity of turbines placed 13 miles from our beach. That's much closer than any other area. These turbines are much, much larger. There are alternatives for our visitors. They go to Virginia Beach, just a few miles to our south, where they're 26, 27 miles off the beach. Anything closer than that 20 miles distance would be devastating to the town of Ocean City.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate your position and your tenacity in defending your position and the constituents you have in Ocean City. A longtime elected official myself, I certainly appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell.
Are there any questions from council based on the questioning from myself?
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, Commissioner Linton, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning,
I had
Commissioner.
a question for you regarding some of your testimony at our last proceeding in the offshore wind matter, and as well as some of the testimony from the parties here today. In the past, you have testified very forcefully, I might add, that you were concerned about the outreach and communication efforts that the companies have made with your office. Since that time, the commission has, of course, expressed concern about that and has directed the companies to make sure that they continue to reach your office and communicate with you. And both of companies during the course of this proceeding have stated that they have maintained and continue to make very positive communications with your office, and they reported to us that those relations have been positive. I'd like to hear from you your report on that.
you, Commissioner Linton. And yes, since the public hearing that was held and that was recognized that there hadn't been good communication, that communication has improved. And we have held timely meetings, scheduled meetings with both U.S. Wind and Skipjack. I think as stated by Mr. Kowalski, those meetings are very cordial. However, they're pretty much one-way dialogue where we're told what is going to happen, and little, if anything, in fact, nothing of what we suggest or have requested has been addressed during those meetings.
Thank you. So by the request that you've made, are you suggesting that you've requested, well, let me change it around and ask a different way. What would you characterize your requests to the companies that have not been responded to?
Well, our request has continually been with regard to the distance of the turbines from Ocean City. With regard to U.S. Wind, we were told that they have the right to build within 12.5 to 13 miles of our coast, and that's what they plan to do. And they have made no major changes in the schematic of how these turbines will be placed to address any of our concerns at all.
Thank you. So finally, how would you characterize the company's outreach and communication to the citizens of Ocean City, the community, the business owners, and other interested parties in the city?
I can't speak to that specifically. I do know they have made some outreach, both companies, much more in the areas surrounding Ocean City than Ocean City itself. You know, sometimes it's a misnomer that West Ocean City is Ocean City. It's not. That Salisbury is part of Ocean City. It's not. Ocean City is the island itself, and there has been less communication on the island itself, where we are those that have standing, than in areas closer to our proximity.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you. I should note that the mayor has positioned himself in a number of places in this proceeding. We do have his direct testimony dated September 24th. Just for the record, we have a letter from him in our written comments, also actually dated October 1st, and the mayor testified at our public comment hearing. So his testimony was received on September 24th, 2001. So just to be clear that we have the town of Ocean City and Mayor Meehan in the record a number of times. Do council have any questions based on the commissioner's questions?
I do. Just a couple, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Mr. Mayor, based on the commissioner's questions, you were asked, and you mentioned briefly that other states have been successful in protecting their beachfront communities from turbines that are too close to those communities and too visible. Would you tell the commission what other states have been able to do to protect their beachfront communities?
Well, in particular, both Virginia Beach and the North Carolina beaches.
Mr. Maloney, we need, there we go. Mr. Mayor,
Thank you.
please continue.
I'll start over, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind. In particular, both the Virginia Beach wind farms and those off the coast of the North Carolina beaches are significantly further offshore, 27 miles plus. They have taken into consideration their beachfronts, their areas. Those are our major competition in our comp set. And there will be a choice of those that visit Ocean City and contribute to not only our economy, but to the economy of the state of Maryland of where to go. Our goal is to make that choice of destination remain the town of Ocean City. And what I can tell you is there's a lot of questions about economics and about investments to the state of Maryland. I know U.S. Wind, it was talked about investing $77 million. Well, I'm sure the commission realizes that the town of Ocean City sends in far in excess of $77 million in revenue to the state of Maryland. every year.
And Mr. Mayor, you recognize the difference between the role of the Public Service Commission and the role of the federal agency BOEM, is that correct?
I do recognize the difference, and we're relying on the Public Service Commission to address the issues that face the Marylanders in Ocean City and the town of Ocean City within the state of Maryland.
And are you requesting the commission to condition the approval of the OREX based upon a distance that would protect Ocean City, similar to what the states of Virginia and North Carolina, our competitors, have done?
Yes, I am, to the extent possible.
And if these projects cannot be pushed back beyond 30 miles, is it Ocean City's position that these projects can and should be pushed back even further in the lease area to protect Ocean City's view shed and to protect the economy of Ocean City?
Yes, it is. And there are options available to do that, as I previously stated.
And what specific OREC conditions would you ask this commission to impose to make sure that these turbines are pushed as far back in the leasehold area as they can be to protect Ocean City's view shed?
If in fact, which would not be our choice, that ORECs are issued within the current lease areas, that the commission follow their own opinion, as I referenced before from their previous public hearing, that the benefit of having these turbines increased to 21.5 or 22.7 miles is significant, and the increased difference will help address the height of the larger turbines from Maryland shoreline. That's what I would request.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, you may step down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Thank you all.
Mr. Maloney, you may call your next witness.
Our next witness is Mr. Sullivan.
Sullivan, if you could please turn on your camera and raise your right hand. And if you could turn on your microphone as well.
My camera is on as far as I can tell.
I could see you now. If you could please raise your right hand.
You bet.
Do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Sullivan, would you state your full name and your business address for the commission?
Robert Gerald Sullivan. My address is 4210 Franklin Avenue in Western Springs, Illinois.
And Mr. Sullivan, prior to your recent retirement, what was your profession and your occupation?
I was a visual resource scientist at Argonne National Laboratory in Lamont, Illinois.
If you would tell the commission what a visual resource scientist is and what they do.
I conducted visual impact assessments and conducted research on a range of topics having to do with visual resources, but in particular with the visibility of large-scale energy facilities in the landscape and in seascapes.
And how long did you work as a visual resource specialist?
I started at Argonne in 1990 and worked there except for 2 years until this January, and was involved in visual resource work for most of the time that I was there. There were some years where I was engaged in other work as well.
And Mr. Sullivan, you submitted direct testimony to the commission on September the 24th, 2021. Is that correct?
It is. It is.
And is that direct testimony Ocean City Exhibit number 1?
Yes. Yes.
And Ocean City Exhibits number 2 and number 3, are they the exhibits associated with and as part of your direct testimony?
They are. They are.
And was that direct testimony prepared by you and under your supervision?
Yes. Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your direct testimony?
Well, in response, on page 6, lines 22 and 23 of my direct testimony, I stated that U.S. Wind had not provided Ocean City with visual simulations of the proposed Momentum project. I have since reviewed the visual simulation submitted with the rebuttal testimony of U.S. Wind's witness Scott DeHanet. Similarly, on page 14, lines 9 through 10 of my testimony, I stated that Skipjack had not provided Ocean City with visual simulations of its proposed project. I have since reviewed the simulations submitted with the rebuttal testimony of Skipjack's witness, Gordon Perkins.
And with those supplement to your direct testimony, is the direct testimony that you submitted on September 24th and 21 true and accurate to the best of your information, knowledge?
Yes.
Mr. And if you were to testify, before the commission today, under oath, would your testimony be the same as it was in your September 24th, 2021 direct testimony with the 2 supplementations you just provided the commission?
Correct. Yes. Correct. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I would move into evidence exhibit number 1, the direct testimony of Robert Sullivan, and exhibits 2 and 3, the exhibits to his direct testimony.
Hearing no objection, Town of Ocean City's exhibits 1, 2, and 3 are marked and moved into evidence.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I will have a brief live rejoinder from Mr. Sullivan.
You may proceed.
Mr. Sullivan, directing your attention to the rebuttal testimony of Gordon Perkins, which is Skipjack exhibit number 7. In that testimony, Mr. Perkins provides a description of his visual simulation beginning on page 12, line 13 of his rebuttal testimony. Do you have any opinions as to whether his 146th Street simulation fairly and accurately represents the visual prominence of the Skipjack project?
The 146th Street simulations in exhibit GWP1R significantly underrepresent the visual prominence of the project because of their inherent inability to depict blade motion. The 2013 Offshore Wind Visibility Study showed that blade motion was judged to contribute significantly to visual prominence at distances up to 21 miles. Given that the larger Haliade-X wind turbines proposed for the Skipjack project are as close as 20.2 miles, it is highly likely that they would contribute, that blade motion would contribute significantly to the visual prominence of the project. The other simulations from Ocean City Boardwalk would also be affected by their failure to depict blade motion, but to a lesser degree because of the greater distance to the turbines. Furthermore, all of the simulations provided by Skipjack further underrepresent the visual prominence of the project due to the inherent limitations of print or electronic media with respect to dynamic range and spatial resolution compared to the human eye.
And Mr. Sullivan, do you have any opinions as to whether his simulations, which are labeled Ocean City 146th Street OC01 Sunrise, fairly and accurately represent the visual prominence of the Skipjack project?
The simulations labeled Ocean City 146th Street OC01 Sunrise in Exhibit GWP-1R significantly underrepresent the visibility of the project at sunrise under the typical worst case scenario, which is defined as conditions that would result in the greatest visual contrast from the project under conditions reasonably expected to occur with at least some frequency. Sunrise with clear skies is a common occurrence in Ocean City. Thus, the sunrise simulation should not be shown with a cloudy backdrop that substantially lowers the visual contrast of the project.
I would now like to direct your attention to Mr. Perkins' rebuttal testimony at page 7, line 12, where he states that the difference in the width of the turbines in your 2013 study and the ones used in the Skipjack Round 2 projects would be extremely difficult to perceive at distances of 20 miles or more. Do you agree, and do you have an opinion about that particular assertion from Mr. Perkins?
Yes, the statement that Mr. Perkins made is correct, but it's largely irrelevant to the issue that was being discussed. Blade length and the size of the swept area of the blades, that is the circle that the blades make that you see when you are looking at them, and the height of the blades above the horizon will have a much larger effect on perception of blade movement than the width of the blades. If the length of the blades is doubled, because we are talking about the area of a circle, the size of the swept area is quadrupled because the area of a circle is pi r squared. So if you double the length of the blades, you're squaring the size of that circle that is seen. So Mr. Perkins compared the halyard blade width with one of the Vesta 82 turbine models used in the visibility study in 2013. However, in that case, for that turbine model, the blade length is actually 2.7 times longer than the blade length of the Vesta 82. That is to say, the halyard turbine is 2.7 times longer than the blade in the Vesta 82, and therefore the size of the swept area is more than 7 times as large for the halyard X as the Vesta 82, which will definitely make it much more conspicuous. And in addition, the blade set, that is the hub, is significantly higher from the horizon than the turbines examined in the visibility study. And the fact that they're higher above the horizon will add to their noticeability.
Mr. Sullivan, I would now like to direct your attention to the rebuttal testimony of Scott DeHaynot, which is U.S. Wind Exhibit 10. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not his daytime simulation fairly and accurately represents the visual prominence of the U.S. Wind project?
Yes, the daytime simulations prepared for the U.S. Wind project significantly underrepresent the visual prominence of the project because of their inherent inability to depict blade motion. The 2013 offshore wind visibility study showed that blade motion was judged to contribute significantly to visual prominence up to a distance of 21 miles. Given that the larger Haliade X wind turbines proposed for the U.S. wind project are as close as 12.5 miles, it is certain that they would contribute, that blade motion would contribute significantly to the visual prominence of the project. In addition, the 3 daytime simulations use an identical base photo, that is the photo used to depict the situation at different times of day was one photo and modified to represent the conditions at other times. However, the shadows on the foreground elements in the simulations were not changed to reflect the different time of day. And in addition, the electrical service platforms, that is the substations, are missing from the simulations. These errors affect both the spatial accuracy and the realism of the simulations.
Now I would like to direct your attention to the simulation attached to his testimony, which was entitled, quote, "Proposed late afternoon views with prevailing winds." Do you have an opinion as to whether that particular simulation fairly and accurately represents the visibility of the project?
Yes, the simulation labeled "Proposed late afternoon view with prevailing winds" significantly underrepresents the visibility of the project at sunset under the typical worst case scenario. Sunset with clear skies is a routine occurrence in Ocean City. Thus, the sunset simulation should not be shown with a cloudy backdrop that substantially lowers the visual contrast of the project.
Now, directing your attention to page 10 of his testimony at lines 208 and 213, he mentions the impact of December 21st as the date of the Ocean City simulation to enhance the appearances of the turbines by producing a simulation of the longest shadow of the calendar year. Do you agree with that particular approach, and is that a fair and accurate representation of the impact of the view?
No. On December 21st, the sun is low in the southern sky. Around noon, half of the turbine towers will be lit and half will be shaded. That is to say, the southern side of the turbines would be sunlit, the north side would be shaded. And in addition, so that is be half of a very, very thin vertical line, okay? So because the turbine tower, as seen in the ocean, is a very thin vertical line. Half of that would be sunlit, half would be shaded around noon on December 21st. Most of the year, the sun is in the southern part of the sky for most or all of the day. And so you would see almost the same shadow at that same time of day around noon, except right around June 21st, when the sun would be more directly overhead with respect to the turbines. What really matters for seeing shadows on the turbines is the time of day, because the position of the turbine relative to the sun direction changes dramatically in the course of the day. That's what really determines what kind of shadows you will see, or much more so than the date. In fact, the very low sun angle on December 21st reduces the sunlight's intensity. So there is lower contrast between the sunlit areas and the shaded areas. And that's shown in the WRA simulations, where the shadowing is barely discernible, in my opinion.
Mr. Sullivan, I would now direct your attention to his testimony again at page 10, but this time at lines 216 through 222, where he makes the assertion that how the turbines are oriented in the Ocean City simulation makes the turbines actually appear larger. Do you agree with that assertion?
Well, having the blades facing west makes the turbine appear slightly wider than it does in the US wind simulations, which have the turbine blades facing the prevailing wind from the southwest. But I think it is appropriate under a typical worst case scenario to show the blades facing west, because it isn't highly unusual to see that. And again, we're looking for what's the worst case as far as visibility or contrast to the project under conditions that can be reasonably expected to occur with some frequency. So it is not highly unusual to have the wind coming from the west or nearly from the west, so that so that the blades would be facing west. Or for that matter, if the winds were from the east, right, because you're still going to see the silhouette of the blades. It really doesn't matter so much what direction. You will see that full circle, whether the wind is from the east or the west or close to that angle. And in my opinion, if you look at the WRA simulations prepared for Ocean City and the simulations prepared for US wind, there really isn't very much difference in the size of the circle as it appears. In both simulations, the turbine blade movement would be highly visible.
And then finally, Mr. Sullivan, I want to ask you about page 11, lines 230 to 232 of his rebuttal testimony. Do you agree with his testimony regarding the impact of the use of single frame photo composition?
I'm afraid you cut out, but I'm pretty sure I followed what you were asking just at the end of your question.
Let me make sure the record is clear and that we get the question on the record. Looking at page 11, lines 230 to 232 of Mr. DeHaunet's rebuttal testimony, do you agree with his testimony concerning the impact of the use of single frame photo composition in the simulation?
No. In fact, both single frame and panoramic simulations have strengths and weaknesses. And in the profession, opinions differ about which is best. The single frame simulations are not as good at showing the project's context, that is the surrounding scenery, as Mr. DeHanet testified. And in some cases, they may not even be able to show the entire project. If you were in the real landscape, you would see the whole project. However, the panoramic simulations suffer from a lack of detail unless they're shown at very large size, because you're say it's an 11 by 17 sheet, you're fitting a much, much larger area into the same size piece of paper. So you are going to lose a lot of detail. Furthermore, when they're shown at smaller sizes, and for a panoramic simulation, in my mind, 11 by 17 is definitely too small to show the simulations. You may have to view it from a distance that is uncomfortably close to actually see the project elements at the correct size. What that means is typically, unless people are following the instructions very carefully, which may actually make their eyes uncomfortable, they tend to hold the 11 by 17 simulation at a distance that is comfortable for them to view. And they therefore perceive the turbines as being too small. And indeed, they will also show the entire project in sharp focus, when that is not really how you would see it in reality, because if the project covers a significant part of the field of view, which the US wind project obviously does, the human eye cannot see in sharp focus or concentrate on that entire area. And so you're seeing all of these extra areas of context, including places where the project isn't, right? Because they're on both sides of the project. When in fact, if you were looking at in the direction of the project, you would be focused much more on the turbines and not all this stuff off to the side, which would be in the periphery of your vision and not very sharp in your vision either. So, and lastly, they suffer from minor spatial distortion on the sides of the project. That is the two ends of the simulation. The project elements will appear smaller than they would in actuality, unless they're viewed on a curved surface, which they usually aren't, except maybe if you're in a public meeting. So for those reasons, there are some limitations on both types of simulations. The current recommended practice is to either use both types of simulations or to use the panoramic photo to show the context using the existing conditions. So you show the project area, but for the simulations, you use the 50 millimeter single frame view. And that is what Mr. Perkins did for the EDR simulation. So they have a panoramic photo that shows you the existing area. You get a sense of the context, but the simulations are 50 millimeter single frame simulations. I looked on the BOEM Offshore Wind Project website, and of the COPs available there, and I believe there are 10, every one of them contains 50 millimeter single frame simulations. Several contain only 50 millimeter single frame simulations. None of them include only panoramic simulations. There are some cases where they did both, which to me has got a lot of advantages, but that's the current state of these projects before BOEM with respect to simulations.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further live rejoinder questions. Mr. Sullivan is available for cross-examination.
Counsel for US Wind, do you have any cross?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do have some questions for Mr. Sullivan. Good morning, Mr. Sullivan. My name is Carville Collins. I represent US Wind, and I have just a few questions for you today.
Good morning.
Let me ask you to turn to page 7 of your testimony, please.
Okay.
And at lines 1 through 5, do I understand correctly that you did not produce the simulations submitted by Ocean City in this case, but instead you reviewed simulations produced by Whitman, Reckard and Associates, or WRA? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, according to WRA's website, they're a firm located in Baltimore, and they indicate 4 areas of activity: engineering, architectural, construction management, and environmental. Is that consistent with your understanding?
I have no understanding. I mean, I have not looked at what their qualifications as a company in general are.
And again, according to their website, WRA showcases 3 specific areas of expertise: transportation, building design, and water wastewater. In your expert opinion, and you anticipated this question, what qualification does WRA have in producing visual simulations of proposed offshore wind projects?
In the kind of work that you are describing, especially the site and building design, I think you said, it would be routine that they would be preparing visual simulations because they're used in the design and review process, much as we are doing here. In this particular case, for this particular project, I looked at the simulations, not at the qualifications of who prepared them, because I was asked to evaluate the simulations.
And why was WRA chosen to produce these simulations for your review?
I can't answer that question. I don't have any knowledge of that.
Did you recommend WRA?
No.
If you had been asked by Ocean City to make a recommendation before any of these simulations were produced, in your expert opinion, would you have recommended WRA?
I can't answer that question because I've never reviewed their capabilities.
Now turning to the discussion that you and your council had on live rejoinder about the visual simulations. I believe I recall that in live rejoinder, you expressed some concern with U.S. winds late afternoon simulation with specific reference to a cloudy backdrop depicted in that simulation. Is that correct?
Yes, but let me pull it up if we're going to talk about that.
Certainly.
Right. Okay. I'm looking at it.
And again, just to make sure that I'm recalling it correctly, you were asked about your opinion on this one, and you had indicated concerns regarding the cloudy backdrop of a depicted in a late afternoon simulation, correct?
Yes. I'm trying to zoom in so I can see these at a reasonable size.
Certainly.
Okay, I've got them, yes.
Now, in reviewing the WRA simulations, they're provided by WRA, correct?
That I will, yes, you're correct.
In fact, the latest time of day submitted in the WRA simulation was 2:11 p.m. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Why is there no afternoon or late afternoon or sunset simulation in the WRA simulations?
I can't answer that question. I have no knowledge. I, again, was asked to evaluate the simulations I was provided.
There's also been some discussion in your testimony regarding nighttime simulations. Why is there no nighttime simulation provided in the WRA Ocean City simulations?
Again, I don't know the answer to that question. I wasn't privy to their discussions about what they were requested, what they had time to prepare.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. No further questions.
Counsel for Skipjack.
Skipjack has no questions for Mr. Sullivan. Thank you.
Any redirect, Mr. Maloney?
Just briefly, Mr. Sullivan, based on the simulations that you were provided and further based upon your background, training, and experience and your work on the Ocean City project, do you believe the simulations that you were provided provide a basis for a fair and accurate representation of the impact of these projects?
Simulations provided by whom, if I can ask? for
WRA,
information.
by WRA.
If
I'm sorry, I
this
didn't hear
was
that. Sorry, didn't hear it.
an environmental impact assessment, sorry.
Witness, let's stop your response. The court reporter did not hear Mr. Maloney's question. If we could start over with the question, the mute, and then the answer.
If you would just basically tell the commission why the WRA simulations that you used and relied upon, based on your background, training, and experience, would provide a fair and accurate basis for you to provide opinions and testimony concerning the visual impact of these projects.
All simulations are an approximation of what an offshore wind, in this case, what an offshore wind facility is going to look like. All simulations that don't depict blade motion where it would be visible are going to underrepresent the visibility of the project. If they're viewed on printed materials or screens, they're going to underrepresent the visibility of the project. There's no escaping that, basically. Looking at a wind farm is a dynamic visual experience. Movement of the blades is fundamental to the visual experience of a wind farm. So it is the case that using just a simulation, you have an approximation, but it is at the low end in terms of what the project will actually look like. I have observed and photographed hundreds, if not thousands, of wind turbines, and they never look as prominent in a photograph or a simulation that's based on a photograph as they do when you are there in person, because they cannot, these output media cannot show the dynamic range, that is the range from light to dark that the human eye sees, and they cannot show the detail that the human eye sees. So the WRA simulations are reasonably good simulations of what the project would look like. If we were in an environmental impact assessment put in front of BOEM, both of these party simulations would need to look at more locations. There's no question about that. However, there are many other things to look at concerning this project. For instance, it's directly out in front of the city, Ocean City. It covers a huge amount of the horizon. And so I don't make this assessment about the impacts based solely on the simulations. I base it on the scope of the project across the horizon, its direction in the field of view, which in this case is dead center, and the size of the turbines and the number of turbines. And that isn't entirely resting on the simulations, because having looked at many, many simulations, I have realized that they consistently, if still simulations, consistently underrepresent the visibility of the project.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. No further questions.
Commissioners have any questions for this witness? Commissioner O'Donnell.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Sullivan, I just wanted to ask you, do people's perception of what they're viewing, what they're looking at, does the human condition have them generally acclimate to what they're looking at? Like, for instance, let me expand upon what I'm talking about. In my neck of the woods along Route 4, which is a highway that is protected by the First Lady Bird Johnson highway beautification efforts in the 60s. It's relatively in the southern part, at least on the main arterial Route 4, Maryland Route 4. There are generally limited amounts of incursions, mostly trees. And the local utility put up large towers for a 230 kV transmission line installation upgrade some years ago. And at the time they went up, people were exercised about it. They didn't like it. None of us did. And yet over time, and I was an elected official in the area, I got a lot of complaints, but over time, people kind of acclimated to that, and including myself. We don't even see them anymore. They're not there because we've acclimated. Is that generally true about human beings and their view shed?
Human beings can get used to almost anything, and that isn't confined to the visual arena. However, I would say that really there's a two-part answer to that question. If someone put a landfill in an area that you frequented, you might get used to it, but it is still a detriment to the view. I think the real question, or at least part of the real question that should be looked at when you're trying to gauge how people respond to something like this is the view better with it or without it? And so to answer your question, yeah, people who live in Ocean City will probably get accustomed to it. That won't be the case for one-time visitors, for sure, because they won't have anything to get used to. It is, something that this is their first time viewing it, okay? But among the residents, some will get used to it. Some will get used to it, but still hate it, okay? Some will get used to it and it won't bother them. Some will probably like the way they look from the day they're put in. That's just how people are. Does that answer your question?
It does. And I guess the same could be said about how people kind of mentally kind of block out, or if you will, my terminology, but airplanes towing banners and boats with neon billboards on them and all kinds of other stuff in their view shed. Wouldn't you also say they kind of,
well,
after a while, tune them out?
Yeah, well, no, actually I wouldn't, but because it varies from individual to individual. It is funny you mentioned those two examples. I live in the Chicago area, and Chicago has billboards everywhere. And I notice them because they are designed to be noticed. And incidentally, I will say wind turbines are lit and painted very light colors to make them more noticeable deliberately for safety reasons. So I don't, not see billboards. I hate them every single time I drive downtown. And then yesterday there was a Bears game. There were 3 planes flying with banners. My wife noticed them. Okay. I noticed them. And we thought, why are they doing this? What is, so sorry to get excited about it. But that is going to vary from person to person. Other people could be driving down there and not pay any attention at all and tune them out. I don't.
Fair enough. Fair enough, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I had.
Council have any questions based on the Commissioner O'Donnell's question?
No questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. You may step down.
Thank you.
The commission will be in recess until 11:50 this morning.
Test, 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 test.
We will go back on the record. The town of Ocean City has concluded its case. Mr. Maloney, anything else to add before we proceed?
Nothing else further for the town of Ocean City, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. At this time, we will call the next party with their witness, Office of People's Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. William Fields for the Office of People's Counsel, and we call Maximilian Chang.
Sir, can you please raise your right hand?
Sir, do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Fields, your witness, and for planning purposes, we'll hear from witness Chang and witness Taborski, and then we'll take a lunch break. Mr. Fields.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Chang, could you state your full name and business address for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Maximilian Chang. My business address is 485 Massachusetts Avenue, floor 3, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 02139.
All right, thank you. And could you state your the firm you work for and your position with that firm, please?
Sure. I am a principal associate with Synapse Energy Economics.
Thank you. Mr. Chang, do you have before you a document that has 3 versions? It's titled Direct Testimony of Maximilian Chang on behalf of the Office of People's Counsel, dated September 24, 2021.
Yes, I have the confidential version. Yes, I have the attorney's eyes only version in front of me.
All right, thank you. And does that document consist of 28 pages of questions and answers and 2 exhibits, one being your CV and the other being a collection of data responses?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark that document, the public version as OPC Exhibit 1, the confidential version as OPC Exhibit 1C, and the attorney's eyes only version as OPC Exhibit 1 AEO.
The aforementioned exhibits are so marked.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Chang, do you also have before you a document entitled Rebuttal Testimony of Maximilian Chang on behalf of the Maryland Office of People's Counsel, dated October 18, 2021?
Yes, I do.
And does that document have 3 versions, confidential, well, public, confidential, and attorney's eyes only?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark the, I should say, Mr. Chang, does that testimony consist of 14 pages of questions and answers and 1 exhibit, which is data responses?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to mark the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Chang, the public version as OPC Exhibit 2, the confidential version as OPC Exhibit 2C, and the attorney's eyes only version as OPC Exhibit 2 AEO.
Marked.
Thank you. Mr. Chang, do you have any changes or corrections to either of those pieces of testimony?
No, I do not.
And if I asked you those questions contained therein today, would your answers be the same?
They would be.
Thank you. Your Honor, OPC moves for the admission of OPC Exhibits 1, 1C, 1 AEO, and OPC Exhibits 2, 2C, and 2 AEO.
Hearing no objection, the aforementioned exhibits are moved into evidence.
And Mr. Chang is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. We'll begin, Mr. Kern.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Chang, my name is Max Curran. I represent Skipjack in this matter. And I just have a few questions for you regarding your, I think what's been labeled as 2C, your rebuttal testimony. Do you have that with you? And specifically in your rebuttal testimony, you discuss some of the differences between the production cost modeling results that were performed by PA Consulting on behalf of both US Wind and Skipjack. Do you recall that part of your testimony?
I do.
And I think you acknowledged that PA Consulting did the modeling for both the applicants in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And specifically, I'd like to talk about the assumptions that you discuss on pages 4 going on to page 5 regarding the forecasted natural gas pricing. And do you have that part of your testimony?
I do. I have that in front of me.
I'd like to refer you to figure 1 on page 5. And I understand that this is a confidential exhibit, so I'm not going to ask you about the specific numbers in it. But this is the section in which you compare the natural gas price assumptions in the US wind model and the one in the skipjack model, correct?
That's correct.
And again, I'm not going to refer you to the numbers, but it would appear in the year later out in the year 2040, the skipjack assumptions are higher than the US wind assumptions. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Right. And are you familiar with since June, the natural gas prices at the Henry Hub today?
I am familiar with their movements generally. I don't know what the prices are specifically as of today.
Well, subject to check, would you agree that they are, let's just say, significantly higher than the price that's reflected by either skipjack or US wind?
Subject to check, I would agree with that the monthly averages are probably higher than the monthly averages of the two applications.
Yeah. Is it fair to say that they're in the $5 range and higher today?
Subject to check, subject to check, I'll accept your assertion.
All right, thank you. And of course, natural gas prices impact the price of electricity. That was your testimony, correct?
That's correct.
And I guess the last question I'd have for you, Mr. Chang, is on page 12 of your rebuttal testimony, you provide really for both skipjack and US wind a calculation of the percentage of OREC price reduction that would have both companies pass the IFC ratepayer impact model, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and you didn't make any judgments in your testimony as whether either developer would actually be able to construct or finance the project based on these reduced prices, correct?
No, I was merely projecting out the change in the OREC price over the 20-year, over the OREC horizon as sort of laid out by ICF.
It was a mathematical exercise, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you. Your Honor, those are the only questions Skipjack has. Thank you, Mr. Chang.
US Wind.
Your Honor, Tom Priebus on behalf of US Wind. Good morning, Mr. Chang. Thank you for being with us this morning.
Morning.
I just have a few questions for you, and I will be brief. The first question I have is very early this morning, shortly before the testimony began, before the proceedings began, we received a new bid from Skipjack. Do you know that?
I had the opportunity to glance at that this morning, yes.
And have you had an opportunity to review that in detail?
No, I have not had an opportunity to run the numbers in detail.
So if my question was whether, in your opinion, that new bid passed or failed the ratepayer impact test, would you be able to give me an answer at this time?
Subject to check, I could give you directionally where I think the numbers are based on the calculations I did in the rebuttal testimony and the change in the OREC price needed from a mathematical perspective. So yes, in general, at a high level.
I'm sorry, you said yes. Could you just explain your answer? I didn't understand.
Sure. The percentage that I calculated in my rebuttal is a much higher percentage than the apparent percentage the change in OREC prices presented in the document in front of me today.
Does that mean it's your opinion that the new skipjack price would fail the ratepayer impact test?
I haven't done the detailed analysis to confirm or to confirm that.
Okay, I think I'm just trying to get a clear answer. I'm not trying to badger you, I promise. I'm just trying to understand, is it your testimony today that the skipjack analysis would fail the ratepayer test because you've done the numbers and it hasn't come down high enough? Or is it your testimony today that you need more time to review it and you would like to get back to us on that answer?
It would be my testimony to say that the numbers do not appear to be sufficient of a change in the OREC price to bring it down to meet the ICF ratepayer impact test calculations.
Okay, so your testimony today is that that the new bid still fails the ratepayer impact test imposed by Maryland law.
As calculated by ICF.
How about as calculated by you?
I haven't done the calculations on my end.
Is that something you want to do?
Sure, I can do that.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm just trying to understand if the witness wants to get into the details so that he can provide a fulsome expert opinion. I think that's a fair question, but.
Sorry, I might have been on mute. I did overrule the objection.
Oh, okay, thank you. Is that something you want to do? Do you want to dive into the detail and try to really understand and provide an affirmative opinion as to whether the skipjack bid passes the ratepayer analysis in light of this new information?
Objection, Your Honor. What Mr. Chang might be intellectually curious about, I don't see where that's exactly relevant to this direct testimony or to either of his testimonies.
Well, Mr. Priebus, Mr. Chang said that he would be interested in pursuing an analysis based on the revised bid from Skipjack. I don't think we need to ask him why or his interests.
Yeah, maybe I misphrased it. I just wanted to know if he intended, I think it's very fair because he's provided an opinion very specifically in this case that the bid failed based on a particular price, but now that price has been revised. So I'm just trying to understand if he wants to redo his analysis and do a thorough report, in which case I may have questions or not on that, but I wanted to know his the affirmative opinion he's giving in light of new information.
Mr. Chang, can you answer that question? Will you be doing further analysis based on what the information we received from Skipjack this morning?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chang. Is ICF an expert in the field of energy markets, in your opinion?
ICF is a reputable firm that does business in the same areas that we do business.
In your opinion, is ICF qualified to conduct the ratepayer analysis for the state of Maryland and for the commission?
ICF is a reputable firm and would be qualified to do the analysis.
Yeah, and just to be clear, when I said the word qualified, I meant in terms of their knowledge, training, and experience.
Yes.
And are you familiar with the firm PA Consulting?
I am familiar with PA Consulting.
And is PA Consulting a firm that has knowledge, training, and experience in the area of energy markets?
They are.
And so in your opinion, PA Consulting is also an expert in the field, correct? Of energy markets?
PA Consulting is a reputable firm like ICF and ourselves.
And you got to my next question. So you also consider your firm and the firm that you're with a reputable and an experienced firm capable of giving an opinion in the area of of energy markets, correct?
I have a biased opinion, yes.
Okay. And so if I may characterize a bit or paraphrase, I will, but I think it's fair to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, that ICF PA Consulting and your firm have all testified that Mr. Kane's market analysis in this matter is not generally accepted as reliable in the field of energy market experts. I paraphrased a little bit, but would you agree with that statement?
I would only attest to what I have reviewed. I've reviewed the information provided by Skipjack, and I have reviewed the conclusions provided by PA Consulting and ICF, and what I've stated in my rebuttal testimony and direct testimony is what I will attest to.
And with respect to Mr. Kane's market analysis, what was your testimony in terms of whether it was reliable?
Mr. Kane's testimony in direct, I did not have enough information to, I did not have the information in the direct testimony to know that they actually had commissioned PA Consulting to do energy production cost models. So in my direct testimony, I claimed that they didn't. On rebuttal testimony, I amended that because I accepted Mr. Kane's supplemental direct testimony that they did commission PA Consulting to do the energy production cost model. So that's what I've attested to.
But irrespective of whether PA Consulting provided some aspect of it, is it your opinion that the general result of the of Mr. Kane's analysis, which is that the skipjack bid, and I guess it's the prior bid since you haven't analyzed this bid yet, but that the skipjack bid passed the ratepayer test based on his energy market assumptions, all of the assumptions baked into that model. Is that an opinion that you agree with?
Could you rephrase the question again, please?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'll rephrase the question. But isn't it your testimony that you disagree with Mr. Kane's ultimate conclusion, which is based on energy market assumptions and other factors that go into the analysis, that Skipjack's prior bid passes the ratepayer impact test?
Yes, it's my testimony that the ICF calculations are reasonable calculations, should be used by the commission.
And so is it your testimony then as well that Mr. Kane's calculations are unreasonable calculations that should not be accepted by the commission?
I would attest that Mr. Kane's assumptions are much more aggressive than ICF's calculations and assumptions. I have also would attest that Mr. Kane's or the energy production cost model commissioned by Skipjack is dated relative to the work that ICF and US Wind conducted. And so the Skipjack assumptions may not reflect current sort of market assumptions and market sort of trajectories.
Let me ask you another question. Were you available for the cross-examination of Mr. Kane when I spoke to him on, I think it was Thursday of last week?
No, unfortunately, I was not listening in.
I spoke to Mr. Kane about, and this is all based on the prior bid. I apologize. I too have not had any opportunity to look at the current bid other than to see that it came in this morning. But with respect to the prior bid, we went through an analysis and it looked, and I'm just going to give you very rough numbers, but it looked like an additional about $2.7 to $3 billion of additional dollars would be going to, let me rephrase that. The difference between the ICF analysis and Mr. Kane's analysis could result in a $2.7 billion difference.
Your Honor, I just caution Mr. Previs to not get into any confidential numbers in this session. So far, he has not delved into that, but it appears that he is attempting to do that. If he wants to go into confidential session with Mr. Chang, we would have to do that.
With respect to Mr. Kern's prior statement, is it the case that Skipjack's bid price, we had a discussion last Wednesday or Thursday, I believe, that Skipjack, and I thought I understood that Skipjack would be making its bid price available publicly, and I didn't know the status of that. Could I get some clarity on that?
Your Honor, this company bids in competitive markets and its pricing is confidential. If Mr. Priebus's client elects to make its pricing public, we are a company that is in a competitive market, and as the commission knows, we compete all across this globe. So, our pricing is confidential, and Mr. Priebus should be cautioned not to divulge confidential information.
Mr. Priebus, you received your answer from counsel for Skipjack. They will not be declassifying any of their pricing data. We did receive U.S. Wind's declassification memo this morning, so thank you for following up and providing that to all the parties. It will help at least OPC and staff counsel prepare their briefs. With that, yes, Mr. Kern is correct. Let's be careful with anything that may touch on non-public data. If necessary, we will go into closed session, but I'd prefer not to if you could ask questions that arrive at the same conclusion.
I appreciate the clarity, and thank you, Mr. Kern, for clarifying. And also, I would like to maybe rephrase my question. I think I can do this very generically without reference to any specific dollar figures. Mr. Chang, when I was speaking to Mr. Kane, it was noted that there's a very large total dollar difference in the billions between the analysis provided in terms of the overall impact on ratepayers based on the analysis provided by Mr. Kane versus the analysis provided by ICF. My question for you is, would the ratepayers bear the impact of that analysis? It's just very hard to do generically, actually.
I think, Mr. Priebus, I think I may be able to answer your question generically. The assumptions regarding sort of the market effects, both direct and price suppression effects, have a impact on the net ratepayer, such that energy and capacity prices that are higher than one analysis versus another will mean that there will be a more moderating net ratepayer impact. And also the price suppression effects. The assumptions on price suppression differ among the three parties that did the analysis, and those will have a impact on the net ratepayer impact.
Right. So I think I understand what you're saying. And so to the extent Mr. Kane assumes a much larger price suppression effect, just for an example of one offset, and he's wrong and it's closer to the ICF analysis, that impact will be felt by ratepayers, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time, although if Mr. Chang does revise his opinion with respect to the newly submitted information, I would respectfully request that the commission give us another opportunity if it's necessary. Thank you.
Give you another opportunity for what, Mr. Priebus?
To ask Mr. Chang about any revised opinion that he may come up with respect to the new information filed.
If he does that before the conclusion of the trial, he may. At this rate, we may end today, so you might not have that opportunity. Mr. Fields, do you have any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Chang, do you recall talking with Mr. Kern about gas prices and a chart in your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
I believe the chart is on page 5, your rebuttal testimony. And what I just wanted to make sure it was clear You were asked about a $5 per MMBTU price, and what I wasn't clear on is, were you answering with respect to current Henry Hub prices, or with respect to a 20-year projection of forwards as is shown in this chart?
Yes, thank you for asking that question. The $5 price that I believe Mr. Curran was referring to is sort of current prices. That is for 2021. But the 20-year projection prices may or may not be impacted by current prices. Current prices are impacted by current supply, current sort of market forces. In the longer term, if there are supply constraints currently, it may make prices go up or down, and the economy as well. So a longer term projection of natural gas prices is sort of, it will sort of take into these short-term blips, but we are talking about a 20-year projection, which we just no one's sort of updated at the moment.
All right, thank you. That's all the questions I had.
Thank you. Mr. Chang, by chance, do you happen to know the price of natural gas on the market today?
Sorry, Chairman, I don't know what the spot price is currently.
Spot price, and it wasn't a trick question, is somewhere in the $5.40 range. Would you agree that any attempt to extrapolate and forecast the price of natural gas over the next 20 years is very difficult?
Yes, we would. For one, we rely on AEO to do the 20-year projection of natural gas prices, because it is a transparent sort of forecast that takes into account EIA's sort of very sort of detailed analysis of natural gas markets, supply, demand. As I understand, both ICF and PA Consulting used a proprietary model, GPCM, which sort of does the same dynamics, but it is proprietary. So it's hard to see what sort of assumptions are sort of detailed in that forecast.
And when you say it's proprietary, is it fair to say you have absolutely no visibility into all the factors and methodologies used to arrive at the end result?
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chang. Do my colleagues have questions for the witness? Commissioner Herman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Chang.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here. Mr. Chang, I wonder, you're in response to the question about the long-term forecast, I believe is on your redirect by Mr. Fields, in a way that, to me, sounded like, you've been critical of Skipjack because their their review was a year old, right? And you're saying they're using year-old data. But honestly, if we're looking at a 20-year forecast, isn't 1 year really not all that essential when you're looking at a long-term 20-year forecast? I thought you kind of said that. So help me out if you didn't.
So, I mean, that's just one aspect of so the natural gas component is one input. There are other inputs into the model, sort of retirements, load forecast, sort of economic projections. So when I was talking about the 20-year forecast, I was really just fixating on just the natural gas component, sort of not the other inputs.
But isn't it equally applicable to all the other elements? I mean, there might be a jump up for 1 year in any of the assumptions and back and forth and so on and so forth. Isn't that correct?
On an individual basis, yes, but then you're sort of taking the totality of all of those individual decisions, sort of combining all of those into the forecast. So something that might be one element that may be sort of a blip or a change versus a 20-year. But when you combine that with all the other inputs and assumptions, my point of using something more sort of contemporaneous is that sort of takes into that account as best as possible. I mean, there are going to be reasonable differences among analysts. So unfortunately, it's your decision to choose which one is the most reasonable forecast.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chang. Mr. Chang, I'd like to talk about your rebuttal testimony on pages 11 and 12. You have tables 3 and 4.
Yes, I have those in front of me.
Right, and I know it's confidential, and I'm not going to talk about the numbers specifically. I really want to talk about the categories and what's going on in this chart. So are you really solving for, is X, assuming we're solving for X, was X really to get to the category called adjusted OREC price in 2018 dollars? Were you really trying to solve for that to get to that number?
Actually, it's sort of the reverse, Commissioner. I was actually trying to solve for the non-residential rate impact. So the OREC price was an input in order to get the non-residential rate impact to pass.
Okay, so you were just trying out various numbers until it got to a number that passed.
That's correct.
Okay, I was trying to figure that out. Now, so the second line, the proposed ICF OREC generation in megawatt hours, where is that? And did you adjust that?
I did not adjust that. Those were taken from the ICF workbooks.
Okay, from the ICF workbooks.
That's correct.
Okay, great. And then what is the third line? Adjusted cost in millions.
So that's just taking the price times the quantity just to come up with the total cost.
Okay, so that's price times quantity. All right, thank you. Sorry, I'm not we're doing lawyer math here, so because I'm a lawyer, so.
We were trying to simplify a lot of complicated worksheets.
Right, so I'm just trying to understand this. And then this total expenditure difference, is that the difference between that number and another OREC, adjusted OREC cost?
Yes, that was.
And that was based on an ICF worksheet as well?
That was based off of yes.
Okay. Okay, great. And then this total offsets, are those the ICF numbers or are they the numbers from the applicants?
These would be so this is it's basically taking the original OREC price and sort of running that through and then taking the difference with the new OREC price and sort of running that through, and that's where the differences become.
Okay, that's total offsets.
That's correct. Yep.
Okay. And then total lifetime impact, that is at a subtraction of that adjusted OREC cost minus these two numbers?
That should be, yep.
Okay, all right. That's really helpful. Thank you. I very much appreciate that because I just wanted to make sure that I understood what, comparing what to what. Now, in this chart, did you adjust anything besides the adjusted OREC price?
The only thing that I adjusted for, as I stated in the rebuttal testimony, is the OREC price and then my recommendation for the offshore wind capacity.
The ELCC.
That's correct.
Okay, that's all that's adjusted in there. Okay, just wanted to make sure. All right, I think that's all I had. Thank you very much, Mr. Chang. I appreciate your testimony.
Mr. O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chang, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I ran a question past the economic expert witnesses of the applicants, Mr. Kane and Repsher, I believe, and I wanted to ask you the same question. So the PJM capacity market has, I guess, a series of penalties and bonuses that they can apply to a generator who's bid into the market based on their ability to deliver. And it affects, what that company's payment is in the market. Did you take that in potential penalties or bonuses into account in any of your analysis?
I did not explicitly try to quantify that separately. No.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Do council have questions based on the commissioner's questioning?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Skipjack does not.
Thank you. Mr. Fields, any additional witnesses?
No additional witnesses for OPC.
Thank you. Mr. Chang, you may step down. If staff counsel is available, you may, actually, before you call your witness, we have some business to discuss. Do we have staff counsel on the line?
Yes,
sir.
Yes, sir.
Hi. Oh, there, everybody's here now. Mr. Dean, Mr. Spivak, good afternoon. As we discussed off the record on Friday evening, the parties have stipulated to the admission of the direct testimony of Kevin Mosier and Drew McCullough, respectively marked as Staff Exhibits 1 and Staff Exhibits 2. At this time, Mr. Spivak, are we ready to move them into evidence? You're on mute, sir.
We are and we do, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Hearing no objection, Staff Exhibits number 1 and number 2 are moved into evidence. Mr. Spivak or Mr. Dean, if we have nothing else stopping us, you may call your witness.
Staff would like to call Mr. Craig Taborski.
Thank you, Mr. Taborski. If you could turn on your camera and raise your right hand.
Do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Dean, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Taborski, could you state your position at the Public Service Commission?
I am Assistant Chief Engineer.
Do you have before you a document entitled The Direct Testimony of Christopher Lowe, dated September 24, 2021?
I do.
Your Honor, this document was pre-marked as Staff Exhibit number 3. Was this document created by you or under your supervision?
Yes,
Is it true that you are adopting this as your testimony?
I am.
Do you have any corrections or changes or updates to this testimony?
I do. On page 4, line 13, Mr. Lee states that a feasibility study for AG 1087 was issued in January 2021. I'd like to add that a system impact study was also completed by PJM in October 2021.
Thank you. Do you also have a document
which was pre-marked as staff exhibit number 9, which lists the cases that you have testified in?
I do.
And with these 2 documents, are they true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
They are.
And if asked today, would your answers to the questions in these documents be the same?
Yes.
And do these 2 documents constitute your testimony in this proceeding?
They do.
Your Honor, I'd like to move staff exhibit number 3 and number 9 into the evidentiary record.
Exhibits are marked, and hearing no objection, staff exhibit number 3 and number 9 are moved into evidence.
And Your Honor, we don't have any live testimony. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Curran, I don't believe you have any examination for this witness. Is that true?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. Counsel for U.S. Wind?
No, Your Honor, we have no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn to my colleagues to see if they have any questions for Mr. Taborski. Commissioner Herman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Taborski.
Good afternoon.
So I noticed in the testimony that you talk about, at the very end, you talk about providing quarterly progress reports and milestones for various items. I'm on the very last page, page 12.
Right.
So my question is, one, do you have any more specificity around these milestones, and what would be the impact, if any, of a party not meeting the milestones? Because we have, if the commission hypothetically were to accept multiple projects that got in excess of the 1,200 megawatts and came close to the ratepayer impact tests, and then milestones weren't being met and so on and so forth, but we might not have run subsequent auctions because we had or bids because we had already, we felt like we had already come to that cap. So, how do we balance that? And I thought the idea of some milestones was interesting, but what kind of consequences might be attached to these milestones, if any?
Well, I'm not sure. That would be up to the commission. I don't know that we could recommend anything at this point. These large projects do oftentimes have delays, and this has been the case even for the onshore wind projects. They oftentimes get delayed by things like zoning. In the offshore case, I would suspect that the interconnections could be delayed.
Right, but the delays, depending on what the commission does, the delays have real impact on subsequent bid rounds. We were supposed to run 3 different bid rounds by statute. And so if we hit the cap, we would not run any more bid rounds. And then you might foreclose other projects coming in, and then some project doesn't even get built. So you understand the dilemma, right?
Right.
And so you don't have any suggestions for any kind of consequences for failing to meet certain milestones or failing to get it built? If we have delays, these projects are supposed to go into service in 2026 in this round. That's only 4 years away.
Well, we have had delays so far. I suppose there could be a penalty if certain milestones are not met.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay, that's really all I had, Mr. Taborski. Sorry to make you put on a tie there for that, but I just wanted to talk about that a little bit. So thank you, I appreciate it.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Taborski.
Good afternoon.
I wanted to ask you about something that may be connected to the addition you made to your direct testimony. In that direct testimony, you recommending the commission direct ICF to perform a separate ratepayer impact sensitivity analysis with and without the Trans-Source project. And we know that project is in litigation right now. And we can't predict how that will end up turning out. Did the system impact study filed by PJM on, I think you said October 2021, deal with that issue both with and without the Trans-Source project?
No, because the impact studies are based on reliability constraints. The Trans-Source project was for economic reasons.
Well, if memory serves me correct, I think towards the end of those proceedings in Maryland that a reliability issue was brought into play. And how might these new projects affect that reliability analysis?
Well, that's why we're asking for a reevaluation. PJM expects to do another evaluation, but of course the project is suspended in PJM's planning process at this point.
So their system impact study assumes no Trans-Source project? No IEC East? Is that right?
I'm not quite sure if they included it or not. It would depend upon the exact dates of the completion. I think since the study was done, it takes a while for them to do the studies. So I suspect that it was not included.
But we don't know for sure. Okay.
Right.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Taborski. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any follow-up questions based on the commissioner's questioning?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Taborski, you may step down. Thank you for testifying.
Thank you.
At this time, we will take a lunch recess, but before we do have a few more witnesses to call this afternoon. We'll begin with the ICF witness, who will be represented by the commission's chief judge. We'll then recall Mr. David Hardy of Skipjack, and we should have available Mr. Colin Kane from Bates White available to testify if necessary. We will have a lunch recess until 1:30 this afternoon. See everybody back at 1:30. We are in recess.
Mr. Chairman?
Hi, Linda.
Yeah, hi. Who will the ICF witness be? You know his name or her name?
Yes, her name is Maria. The host advisor knows her last name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we'll get you that information. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Test, 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 test.
We are back on the record in case number 9666. At this time, we will have an opportunity for parties to cross-examine Ms. Maria Scheller of ICF. Maria is being sponsored by the Commission's Chief Judge, Ryan McLean. Chief Judge, do you have any statement before we sponsor your witness?
No, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Scheller, if I'm pronouncing your name correctly, can you please raise your right hand?
Ma'am, do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Chief Judge, do you have anything to say before we tender the witness?
No, sir. I was just going to introduce the documents that were filed by ICF.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and your business address, please?
Maria Scheller. A business address is 9300 Lee Highway, Fairfax, Virginia, 22031.
And who are you employed by, ma'am?
ICF,
And what's your title there?
Vice President.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, do you have in front of you a document entitled Evaluation and Comparison of Marwind 2 and Skipjack Wind Proposed Offshore Wind Project Applications that was prepared for the Maryland Public Service Commission dated September 1st, 2021?
I do.
And am I correct, ma'am, that there were 3 versions of this document, a public version, a confidential version, and a proprietary version, ma'am?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to mark the public version of the report as ICF 1. Thank you, sir. The confidential version as ICF-C or 1C, excuse me.
So marked.
And the proprietary version ICF 1P as in Papa.
So marked.
Thank you, sir. And ma'am, do you also have a document that has an errata list of changes to the ICF report that was dated September 9th, 2021, consisting of a cover page and two pages of changes?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to mark this as, I guess it's ICF 2, Exhibit 2, or if you want me to make it 1A.
2 is fine. We'll mark it as 2.
All right, thank you, sir. Ma'am, were these documents prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Okay, and do you have any changes, corrections, or updates to these documents, ma'am?
I have a few corrections to make.
Okay.
These are all editorial or typographical errors. On page 33, the second row, there is the word is, which comes in Indian River POI is indicative of. It should be R-A-R-E.
Okay.
On the same page, toward the bottom of that same paragraph, reserves and is a measure that can be considered to, and there is no finish, that sentence isn't finished. It should read, considered to support stable power system operations, period.
Okay, so so that sentence should be ancillary service benefit is related to system operating reserves and is a measure that can be considered to, and then you throw in your change, considered to support stable power system operations. Is that correct, ma'am?
That is correct.
Thank you, ma'am. And what's your next change, ma'am?
My next change is on page 40. At the bottom of that page, this is in the confidential section in the paragraph that starts with skipjack. There is a change to the date. I will pause since this is a confidential section and make sure I can state the date.
Okay. I'd ask counsel if there's a problem with changing. It looks like it's the date on the last line of that first paragraph.
That
Under
is fine.
confidential.
You may
It's
proceed.
fine. All right,
Thank you.
thank you, sir.
So December 7th, 2020 should be changed to June 15th, 2021.
Okay, ma'am.
The next change is page 42. At the top of the page, the second paragraph, which says offshore wind applicants analysis of impacts on residential, commercial, industrial, retail, electric customers. That whole paragraph should be taken out.
Okay.
The next sentence reads, the ratepayer cost impact analysis was scored. The words ratepayer cost impact analysis should be replaced with electric market analysis.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Also on that same page, the first paragraph underneath the exhibit, again, it has a date there, December 7th, 2020, should be replaced with June 15th, 2021.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
And the last change is on page 43. It is the fifth paragraph down. The very last sentence begins, while this has no bearing on the evaluation of the skipjack applications, comma, it, the word it has a capital I and it should be a lowercase I.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am. And is that all? Are those all your changes, ma'am?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And with those changes, ma'am, are the contents of the documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move ICF 1, ICF 1C, ICF 1P, and ICF 2 into the record, subject to cross-examination.
Hearing no objection, the aforementioned exhibits are moved into evidence.
The witness is available for cross-examination, sir.
Thank you. We'll begin the examination with Mr. Gunderson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Scheller. My name is Chris Gunderson and represent Skipjack. I have a few questions for you today.
Good afternoon.
I want to start, may you please turn to page 29 of the ICF report?
Okay, I'm there.
And the last full paragraph on that page discusses the Marwin 2 bid COD. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And as I understand it from your report, the project schedule is that ICF reviewed with respect to the Marwin 2 bid 2 entailed about 400 megawatts of the bid 2 achieving commercial operation in 2027. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And ICF has not reviewed any revisions to the Marwin 2 permitting or construction plans that would be designed to bring the full 800 megawatts of bid 2 into commercial operation by 2026. Is that right?
That is correct.
So ICF has not opined on the reasonableness of a 2026 commercial operation date for the full 800 megawatt Marwin 2 bid 2. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you. May you now please turn to page 23 of the ICF report?
I'm there.
And again, I direct you to the last full paragraph on that page. And this is a confidential portion of the report, so I'm not going to talk about specifics. But just to give you a moment to refresh your recollection on that paragraph, let me know when you're ready. Okay. If an offshore wind project is pursuing multiple landfall options, uh, is it fair to say that that generally means that if one landfall option becomes unavailable, then the project would already have backup landfall options at its disposal to pursue?
I think that's fair, yes.
Okay. And would you agree that pursuing multiple landfall options as compared to pursuing only one landfall option generally reduces the overall development risk of a project?
I think that's fair, yes.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a packet of responses to data requests that ICF submitted in this case? Skipjack had prepared pre-marked Exhibit 31 with some responses from ICF, and do you have that available to you?
Yes, I do.
All right, the first, just give everyone a minute to pull that up. I'm going to ask you about the first data request in that packet, which is number 4. It's number 4, but it's on page 1 of 10. And Your Honor, actually, I would go ahead and mark this, what's been pre-marked as Skipjack Exhibit 31, page 1 of 10, just this one page, I would like to have marked as Skipjack Exhibit 19.
First page of Skipjack Exhibit 31 is marked as Skipjack Exhibit 19.
Thank you. Ms. Scheller, this response was prepared by Judith Mondry at MEI. Did ICF oversee MEI's work in this matter?
Yes.
Okay. In this request, Skipjack asked ICF about the relative offshore wind experience of U.S. Wind's parent companies and Skipjack's parent company, and Ms. Mondry indicated that Skipjack was perceived more favorably than Marwind 2. Is that still an accurate response as far as you know?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And do you agree that the developer's experience with actually delivering offshore wind projects is important because it speaks to the risk that the project under review will in fact be constructed and be constructed on time?
I do agree with that statement, yes.
Your Honor, I would ask to have Skipjack Exhibit 19 moved into the evidence.
Skipjack Exhibit 19 is moved into evidence.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Scheller, may you please turn to page 39 of the ICF report? And on this page, I ask you to focus on the paragraph immediately following the labor commitments table.
Okay.
In the labor commitment section, ICF evaluated each applicant's engagement with small and minority businesses. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Is ICF familiar with the fact that the commission has established a goal of 25% diverse spend for all utilities in the state who participate in the commission's supplier diversity memorandum of understanding?
Yeah, I was personally not aware of that.
Okay. Do you agree that Skipjack's goal of 29% diverse spend for their procurement and construction contracts is a robust goal?
I do think it's a healthy, robust goal, yes.
And did ICF, when ICF was preparing this comparison report, did ICF take into consideration Skipjack's actual track record with engaging with diverse contractors and suppliers since Skipjack has been an active developer in Maryland from the Commission's approval of the Skipjack Phase 1 project?
Your Honor, I would like to respectfully object on 2 grounds. May I please proceed?
I'm sorry, who is speaking?
Mr.
Previs from US Wind, excuse me.
Yes, Mr. Previs.
Okay.
I would like to object on the ground that the question's in the form of testimony, but the second ground, more importantly, is it violates the commission's rule on friendly cross-examination. I think I let the first one go, but this continued line is not direct cross-examination in the way that the commission intends.
Yeah.
Your Honor, if I may, I'm just trying
Yeah,
to elicit additional.
If you could respond, we have an interesting witness here. This is the consultant for the commission. My initial instructions were only a counsel representing the witness may lodge an objection. So your objection, Mr. Previs, is improper, but you do raise a good point. So I'll let Mr. Gunderson respond, and then I'll rule.
I can piggyback on that and take the ball and object for friendly cross.
Okay. The objection is sustained.
Okay, thank you. I'll move on. Ms. Scheller, back to what was pre-marked as Skipjack Exhibit 31. Can you please turn to what is pages 3, 4, and 5 of 10 in the pre-marked Exhibit 31?
Yes, I'm there.
And this is a data request response from ICF in response to Skipjack's second set of data requests dated October 13, 2021. Your Honor, may we please have these 3 pages of Skipjack Exhibit pre-marked 31 marked as Skipjack Exhibit 20?
Pages 3, 4, and 5 of pre-filed Exhibit 31 is now marked as Exhibit 20.
And Ms. Scheller, you sponsored this data request response, correct?
Yes, I did.
All right, thank you. At this time, Your Honor, I would move for the admission of Skipjack Exhibit 20 into evidence.
Seeing no objection.
Your Honor, may I object again? I'm not sure. The basis this time is, I don't know that there's a foundation. I don't understand. This question has multiple subparts and goes on for a ways. And I'm not entirely sure what's going to be asked or why. I think if it's been marked and she could identify what the response is, and then it might be appropriate at that time to place it in evidence, but I'm not sure we're there yet.
Mr. Gunderson, would you like to elaborate? It is a 5-part question, 1A, B, C, D, and E. Can you lay an additional foundation aside from authenticating the response by Ms. Scheller?
Certainly, Your Honor. Ms. Scheller, are the responses that you provided in subparts A, B, C, D, and E in response to Skipjack data request 2, number 1, are they still true and accurate to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief?
They are. I would note that the question did ask specifically about material that was filed on September 24th. And I believe the responses that I gave are still the same with the additional information, testimony that has been filed and the hearings that I at least heard or participated in over the last week.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, again, I would move for the admission of Skipjack Exhibit 20 into the record.
Skipjack 20 is moved into evidence.
Thank you. Ms. Scheller, I want to change topics to load growth projections that ICF used for the net ratepayer impact analysis. The ICF report relied on PJM's 2021 load forecast for its load growth assumptions. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And do you agree that PJM updates its load growth forecast on an annual basis?
Yes, PJM has a process they go through annually to update their forecast.
And in each annual update, PJM also updates the forecast assumptions, correct?
That's right. The underlying drivers of their forecast are revisited every year.
And are you familiar with the fact that PJM reviews its annual load growth forecast through one of the PJM member committees?
That's right.
Are you aware that since the time of ICF's filing of the comparison report in this case, that PJM has started to review its load forecast assumptions for the 2022 PJM load forecast?
I would expect that. I would expect they're well underway in their review for the next forecast.
Thank you. I believe we circulated over the weekend what's been pre-marked as Skipjack Exhibit 34. Do you have a copy of that with you?
Yes, I do.
Just for the record, Your Honor, Skipjack pre-marked Exhibit 34 is a document entitled Electric Vehicles, prepared by the for the Load Analysis Subcommittee, dated October 4th, 2021, prepared by Andrew Gledhill, Senior Analyst at PJM. And we would just ask that this document be marked as Skipjack Exhibit 21.
Skipjack Exhibit 34, which I don't have. I only go up to 33, but I'm sure it was emailed and I may have misfiled it. You said 34, Mr. Gunderson?
Yes.
Okay, well, we'll mark 34 as Skipjack Exhibit 21.
Would you like me to email a copy around, or?
If it's possible, if you could email it to me, I'll make sure my colleagues have it. It may have been filed. We just received a lot of email this morning, and I may have misplaced it.
All right, we're sending it right now.
Okay, thank you. If you'd like to proceed with your question, no objection from the chair.
Certainly, thank you. Michelle, are you familiar with the Load Analysis Subcommittee at PJM?
At a high level.
Okay. The document that we've marked as Skipjack Exhibit 21, this is a presentation that was given to the Load Analysis Subcommittee on October 4th, 2021. That was after ICF issued its report in this case, correct?
Yes.
And have you reviewed this document before?
I did look at it this morning.
Okay. If you turn to the second page of this presentation, there's a discussion of there's a discussion of the data that PJM relies on when developing its peak forecasts with respect to electric vehicles. Are you familiar with the fact that whether PJM relies on EIA, Annual Energy Outlook data, with respect to forecasted electric vehicle sales to incorporate that into their load forecast analysis?
It definitely looks as if they're using it in this forecast, and I am aware that in the vintage of forecast that we relied on, they also relied on EIA.
Okay. And then if you turn to the next few pages of the slide, there's a discussion of alternative EV data sets. Are you familiar with for example, on the page 4 of this exhibit, are you familiar with the White House's current target for EV sales in the United States?
Again, at a high level, I am.
Okay. And then if you turn to page 7 of this exhibit, there's a statement at the end where it's stated that PJM believes that using the 2021 AEO EV sales projections as the basis for expectations is likely too pessimistic regarding the path of future EV penetration. Do you see that?
I do see that, yes.
And is the 2021 AEO EV sales projections that's mentioned there, is that the same data as the EIA annual energy outlook that was mentioned on the second page of this exhibit?
Yes, AEO is an abbreviation for the Annual Energy Outlook.
Okay. And of course, the fact that this document was prepared after ICF prepared its report, for the purposes of ICF's net ratepayer analysis, ICF did not consider whether PJM's EV projections that it used in its load forecast were too pessimistic regarding the path of future EV penetration, correct?
We relied on the current version of the PJM forecast available at the time.
And do you agree that this presentation is one example of how PJM on an annual basis reviews its underlying load growth assumptions to make sure that they are consistent with current public policy initiatives?
Yes, specifically this document is looking at electric vehicle penetration for that purpose.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, I would move Exhibit 21 into evidence.
Objection, sir. There's no foundation. Ms. Scheller is not familiar. She's indicated she has a high level of familiarity with the load analysis subcommittee. She's not familiar with all the facts and charts and information in this document. She really can't testify to it.
The objection is sustained.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions for Ms. Scheller. Ms. Scheller, thank you for your time.
Thank you. And for commissioners, I just emailed you what is now marked, well, was marked as Skipjack Exhibit 21. Thank you. Counsel for U.S. Wind.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Scheller. Thank you again for being here today, and thank you for your thorough and thoughtful analysis in this case. I'd like to start where Mr. Gunderson left off. He was noting that PJM's load subcommittee was meeting, and I guess they're thinking about the changes to the analysis, correct? Do you recall
Correct.
that?
Yes, I do.
Do you have any expectation that PJM will come out with a 1.5% per year load growth number, increasing every year linearly from now until 2041?
I would not expect a linear trend from PJM's load growth forecast.
I'd like to refer your attention to, I actually have one just clarifying question about your report, if you don't mind. Can we turn to page 24 together? Just let me know when you get there.
Okay, I'm there.
We were just looking at the, I think this is this may be confidential. I will do it generically, and if necessary, we can move the confidential session. The last paragraph of that paragraph says Ørsted has calculated a net capacity factor, and there's a number there. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
I'm trying to understand where that number came from, because it didn't seem consistent with certain other numbers that I thought were presented about that particular issue.
I'd have to double check this. I believe it's from the wind analysis report. Ørsted uses their own in-house model to perform the output analysis for the facility. I believe the values referenced in this paragraph are from the respective reports for each facility.
So do you think it might be from the skipjack exhibit attachment 2.2 that went with their wind analysis report?
I don't know the attachment numbers. I could check that, but that's where I think it's from, the wind analysis report.
Okay. All right. It was just something we were having trouble because the numbers were a little different than we had seen. So we were just trying to understand better because that number was a little lower than I'd seen in other paragraphs and other places. Thank you. Okay, let me refer your attention now to page 60 of your comparison report. And actually, before I get into page 60, I had a quick question, and then we'll go through page 60 together. Page 60 being your ratepayer analysis comparison. And actually, before I begin, may I ask Mr. Gunderson a confidentiality related question about the extent to which I can ask questions on the ratepayer analysis?
If it's his analysis, yes, you may.
Yes. Well, Mr. Gunderson, the questions I have, I can ask them in terms of the result of the ratepayer test, be it 1% or 2% or whatever the number that comes out of the ratepayer test. I don't have to ask the exact bid price. Can that be done in public session, or does that require us to go into private session?
I'm not sure I entirely understand how you're going to frame the question, but the OREC pricing is confidential.
I was going to frame the question. So if the residential impact is 88 cents, let's just say, and the result of the test according to ICF is $1.10 or whatever. I'm just looking at the first line there, and it says fail. Well, now I just did it, I guess, but apologize. But I was going to keep my questions in terms of that kind of discussion as opposed to the actual bid price.
I mean, the numbers are on the page. I think we can all calculate it, but you can ask the question.
Would that be okay in public session is my question.
Yeah, the numbers in this exhibit on page 60, exhibit 55, those are public.
Okay. All right, thank you. Ms. Scheller, thank you for that clarification. And Ms. Scheller, before I begin this line of questioning, I just wanted to confirm that the ELCC, do you understand the term ELCC as it's used in the ratepayer analysis?
Yes, I do. It's the electric load carrying capability, which is used to measure the capacity contribution of the facilities.
And that's one of the factors that can be considered as an offset to the ratepayer impact test, correct?
That's correct.
And am I correct that in your initial ICF analysis, you had the impact, the ELCC being applied at about 27%, and then it went down to 21% over time, and that now PJM in this past September came out with a new report indicating that it would be 35% and going down to 31% beginning in 2031. Are you familiar with that set of facts?
Yes, that is correct. PJM did update their estimate late summer.
And do you agree with me that it would be appropriate to use if we were to apply your ratepayer test, or if anyone was to apply the ratepayer test that you created for the purpose of this proceeding, to use that revised number would be an appropriate way, a way to apply your test to put that new number in as the ELCC? Would that be a fair thing to do?
Yeah, I'll caveat my response there a little bit. So I do think that using the updated number would be a correct thing to do. Our original analysis relies on production cost modeling and capacity expansion modeling, which utilized the initial credit that PJM had estimated. So once you revise that to the higher percentage that PJM is now using, the initial analysis would be indirectly impacted. So simply substituting the value into the ratepayer impact model may not give you a full statement of what that implication is. But I think it is a representative, you can make that simple adjustment to the ratepayer impact analysis and get a good assessment of what the overall trend and movement would be.
Thank you for that explanation. I appreciate that. May I now refer you to the table that I previously mentioned on page 60?
Yes, I'm there.
And the first category in that table says residential impact 2018 in $2018 per month. Do you see that there?
Yes.
And do you agree with me that 88 cents is the number we're shooting for there? That's the cap on the ratepayer test?
Yes, that is the Maryland legislative cap on the ratepayer test.
And I want to just be clear for you and for others that I'm not going through this again, because of course you've done this work already. But what I would like to do is to take a look at this in the context of new bids that have been submitted over the last 5 days or so. Is that okay with you? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So if both parties have submitted revised bids, Skipjack this morning submitted a revised bid labeled Skipjack Phase 2.1, which is the second column, and there, and then on the 1, 2, 3, 4, the fifth column, US Wind also submitted a revised bid at the beginning of the proceedings, where it says Mar Wind 2 bid 2. Do you see those there? Those columns? I'm sorry, those are rows. Those are rows.
Yes, I see those rows.
And the same in the non-residential section, you've got Skipjack bid 2.1 and Mar Wind 2 bid 2. Do you see that there?
Yes.
And because those are the new ones, I'm just going to focus on those, okay? So with respect to the first test, Skipjack has reduced its price as of this morning. And without saying the price, Mr. Gunderson, may I say the percent reduction of that price that occurred?
I think that's confidential.
Confidential session. I think at this time, Your Honor, I would ask that we go to confidential session.
We will cut the live stream for the public that is watching when the commission returns, hopefully within the next, Mr. Previous, how much confidential cross do you expect?
It's really a close call, because what I'm trying to do is show the extent to which the numbers change as a result of the new bid. And so it's really, if the proportionality of the bid is confidential, then I think the whole thing is confidential, in which case I probably have
Mr.
10 minutes. Yeah, I'm thinking out loud. I apologize. Probably about 10 minutes.
That's all I needed. Okay, so we'll cut the public live stream now, and we'll be back hopefully within 10 minutes. Madam Secretary, if you could